All right, good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. Welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. Hopefully, I think you should be able to hear me okay. Yeah, all right. If you're in the chat and you can hear me, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll assume that everything is working as intended. And we will press on. Today, I'm your host and pilot, Uncle B. Today we're going to be airport hopping in the UK. We're going to start from Edinburgh. We got a total of 10 legs to do. We're going to start off with the first 5. We're going to change planes once we get to Sherburn in Elmet. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, I apologize. We're going to start in the Cessna 172 with the G1000 screens, and then we're going to swap to the ones in the one with the analog gauges primarily. But it does have like a navigation system. I'll show you the difference. The thing is everything that you can do in the A320 or the 737, within reason, of course. You can't fly this thing at 38,000 feet, obviously, but you can do ILS approaches, stuff like that. It's not that difficult, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to do all these things. But I just figure we're just gonna have a bit of fun today, and so I'm going to. This is essentially the. Oops, I gotta click into the thingy here. Otherwise, it's not gonna work now, is it? There we go. We're starting there. That's an EGSU. That's Duxford. That's our final destination today. But I've broken it up into chunks. Basically, what we're going to do once we take off from Edinburgh, we're going to do touch and goes at Carlisle, Newcastle, Durham, Tees Valley, and Leeming Air Base. And then we'll land full stop at Sherburn. So that's when we'll swap planes and then continue on the way to Duxford. So I put the thing in the Discord. I don't know. I don't think everybody's going to be here today. I think there's something going on over in the UK, some kind of a meetup or whatever. But yeah. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and spawn in and get the aircraft started up, and then we'll get on our way. All right. There we go. Okay. Let's get that out the way. That out the way. There we go. All right. Oop. There we go. There's that. So you got all these cool features in this G1000. We don't need the landing lights just yet. We'll put those on once we get to the runway for departure. Okay, so let's go ahead and dial in some altitude. We get up to about 3,000 feet today. That's kind of where we're going to live. Oh, gotta put the flight director on. Alright. Oops. So we got about 600 feet per minute climbing. I think we'll roll that back down to 5. Nope. There we go, 5. That'll work. Okay. So basically, all the stuff, like, we have a flight director, there's our autopilot, nav mode. You know, all these things are pretty simple. But we're going to look for our first, we do a touch and go at Carlisle. We want to look for our approach. And we're going to go enter. Let's see. So RNAV GPS. Where's the airport at? Well, I gotta look at the chart. Charts. Approach. Says there's an RNAV for runway 10. Oh, no. That's showing the. Okay, never mind. We want to go to GNC. Zoom out just a smidge here. I thought Carlisle would have. Come on. NC. Enter. I guess it doesn't have any procedures. Well, I guess we'll do one at the next one. Alright, so we're going to use heading mode, and we want to go 164, it looks like. Okay. Well, that'll do that then. No, perfect. All right, let's get the gear off, or the parking brake off. Oh, let's get our flaps down for takeoff. All right. Boy, why is my plane is like going off to the left there? Like it just was, the nose was getting pushed or something. Okay. Must be pretty windy there or something, maybe. Okay, let's get back in the flight deck here. All right, let's go. All right. We're hand flying this. Look at that. Not too shabby. Well, it's going to circle back around again. Thought it was on the track. I guess it wasn't. That's all right. We'll gain some altitude in the interim. All right, let's have a look here at our. No, we turned away. Why did it tell me to? There we go. There we go. All right, we're leveled off. Keep an eye on the chat in case anybody pops in. Oh yeah, look at that 15 knot crosswind. Woo! Let's see if the chart comes up now. Nope. That's for our final destination. Okay. Well, what we'll do is once we get closer to our destination, the approach. Where is our airport? Oh, there it is. That's if you do the mist, you got to go back there. So, yeah, there's no procedures for. That's interesting. All right, I guess what we'll do. We'll pick runway 24 out of Carlisle for Carlisle. Well, I wonder if that's one of those airports that was closed. That's probably why. I think they're trying to reopen it. They're working on like expanding it or something, if I read correctly somewhere. That's probably why there's no procedures for it. But we can do a touch and go there. high enough, we should be able to skirt over these low hills, low mountains, whatever you want to call them. That's a low pressure system. I guess the UK is getting ready to get a storm at some point, maybe. This should be working as well. There we go. That's working. Oh, I gotta change that too. I don't just have a flight stick anymore. I got the other day, the reason why we changed the plans for today, I have the Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo, the yoke and throttle system. So I was quite wanted to get the get some time in the air with it. I did a little bit of flying with it, but we'll do some hand flying today as well. All right, how far out are we? We are 39 nautical miles. This should be our longest leg of the flight today, I do believe. So I was watching YouTube, Overkill Simulations. I've watched some of his videos. He had a really good rundown on. I guess they did a stream earlier this week, kind of showcasing some of the new stuff in Flight Sim 2024. What I think I'm going to do in the interim, I'm going to fly. We're going to fly general aviation stuff for the time being in 2024, because I think all this is supposed to look a heck of a lot better. I mean, it looks pretty good right now as it is. It looks, kind of real. It's not perfect, but you get a sense that you're somewhere. You got some nice hills, water right here, this river or whatever, and I think it's hey, how's it going, Infidel? Nice to see you. It's going okay. Just kind of talking to myself, I guess, until you showed up. How are you? Yeah, I would. I think we're gonna fly GA in the new sim for the time being. We'll do. Um, we'll do jetliner stuff in 2020, at least until, because I kind of feel like it's gonna take. I'm doing okay, thanks. Thanks for asking. Glad to hear you're well. I think it's going to take 6 months to a year for like PMDG and some of these other companies that are well known in the as far as making good stuff for flight sim. Like outstanding products. I think that's the what we're gonna go with. Um, we're gonna we're gonna stick with this. Oh, we're gonna use both until everything is kind of like more stable. We have more, like the, um, PMDG and a bunch of others are moving into 2024. But I think it's going to take them 6 months to a year to get there, because it's the way that it's designed now. I think they're going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board, for lack of a better term, and see how the new SDK. I guess that's how they create stuff in the sim until they get it figured out. They're gonna have to test it, all that kind of stuff. So we'll use both sims, but we'll use 2020 primarily for the flying the jetliner stuff, and then we'll use 2024 for general aviation, that sort of thing. Um, so that way we can utilize both um, as needed until everything is kind of under the 2024 umbrella. But I think it's going to take some time before, at least a year, I'm thinking. I could be wrong. Because, I mean, the third party developers like PMDG and a bunch of other ones they're getting their hands on the SDK like within the next week or so. Which is bad, because then, here we are going from October into November. Um, and then you got the holidays coming up. There's not going to be a lot of time as far as the, it's going to take them a while to get it developed, I think. Quite possibly. I wish they had gotten their hands on it sooner, but for whatever reason. I think some, like Any Builds has their hands on it already because they've partnered with Asobo now. So they had access to it. So their stuff is probably going to work out the gate. But the other ones, I think it's going to take some time for them to get there. So, how far out are we now? Can we talk to Carlisle yet? 28. Let's see if they're on the list. Looking for Carlisle. Nope, not on the list yet. Yeah, I think. Well, listening to Overkill Simulations, and I did reach out to Navigraph. Overkill felt that there was a distinct possibility with uh, every plane's going to have its own like tablet, EFB, electronic flight bag, and he felt that with that and that they could pull up charts and everything, it may kill Navigraph subscriptions for flight sim. Now Navigraph, I reached out to them and said, hey, just trying to understand what's happening, and are you guys going to be involved in 2024? And they said yes, we are working on keeping the integration going. So they're not giving up on it. They're not going to just. I think they want to keep, because the only thing that they didn't cover. And somebody, I think, asked in Overkill's, like in the comments in the video about does, if you have a Navigraph subscription in SimBrief, you get an update every, like, 45 days or 30 days. Like there's an update. They changed they call it the AIRAC cycle. And it's supposed to kind of go in when it's updated in the real world, it changes, and Navigraph tries to follow that same timeline. No, because if I think about, and I'll use a good example. One of the times I flew with Jody and we went from Birmingham down to Orlando, I think it was. If we look at our flight plans, the one that she created in the sim is significantly different than the one that I had for my 737 using SimBrief and the current AIRAC data. The way she flew was way off, way different than mine. So it's like, and they always talk about the update, but only if you're on the PC, you get that update every cycle. I have a little app that I use that I click update and it just updates it automatically. So when I create a flight plan in SimBrief, it'll say your flight plan is good with the current AIRAC data. And I think you can go back so many previous cycles and it'll still work, but if it goes back too far, it'll say your flight is way out of date. The AIRAC cycle is way out of date. You can still use it, but it would recommend against it. So that's one thing that I don't think they've covered is will the actual updates be the current AIRAC cycle, not just, well, we say it's updated, but is it really, is it really updated? Okay, now we should be able to talk to Carlisle, I think. Looking for NC. Still not there. Oh, there it is, right there. I'll go 2-4. Oh, they don't have a tower. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to fly over the airport and then we'll come around and find our runway for landing. Should be easy to find. Or, he did talk about a little bit about that. Overkill did. it I think the one thing about that though is the fact that it's not going to be something that you can create in free flight. It's like you have to do them, like there's no multiplayer aspect to it, which sucks because I think that's would have been um, much more exciting, you know. So, but it is what it is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to all that. I'm gonna do the NSIM flight school again, just because now that I have the honeycomb yoke and throttle, or I feel like I want to learn, um, you know, try to learn the better habits. Now he did say with if you fly like legit, like right now, if you have it on like the most realistic setting as far as the wind and everything like that, he said even experienced simmers are going to struggle in 2024. He said it's going to be like a major, you're going to have to like learn everything again. And so they were, like when he said that, I was like, dang, that's. We'll zoom in a little bit so we. Hey, Mela, how are you? Nice to see you. He said, yeah, like the wind, you really have to know your stuff to fly if you're gonna have it like on the most realistic stuff. Um, so yeah, he said even experienced simmers are gonna probably struggle with that. I'm okay, thanks, Amela. I'm glad you're well. All right, so we'll fly over the airport. We'll get an eye on our runway, our landing, or where we're going to come in. We're going to touch and go, and then we're going to take back off, and we're going to head for the uh, next airport, and we'll do a touch and go there. That's in Newcastle. But yeah, it was a really good. He did two parts. He kind of broke things down, kind of focused on the key stuff that he took away from the most recent live stream that they did. Um, and so it was good. I think he presented a lot of information. I think it gave a lot of people some stuff to think about. Um, you know, so I think we need to turn in a little bit more to the right. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have 2024 on its own hard drive so that I can fly that. But we're gonna do a lot of GA stuff in 2024 first. But we'll do jetliner stuff in 2020 until, like I said, until everything kind of comes under that 2024 umbrella. Um, then uh, we'll do more in 2024. But that way, it kind of gives us a little bit of you know something fun to do in the interim. I need to order some throttle sets for the 737. Somebody makes them, and they're not badly priced either, surprisingly. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. This is. I really wish I could have gotten this much earlier. Yeah, that's fine, Amela. We'll be flying for a while. Uh, yeah, it's like a completely different experience. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be fun. we should be able to see the airport here. Well, you know what we could do? Just for... There we go. Okay. So we have that now. That's what we're gonna... Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hand fly this thing in. We'll enter our pattern there. I feel like my vision is not... I feel like my screen isn't where it should be. That's alright. We'll make it work. There we go. Okay. This thing just... Look at that. It automatically noses up. No, I didn't want you to do that. I gotta get used to turning with the using my rudder. Ooh, downwind right. Interesting. All right, quick touch and go here. We'll be on our way to Newcastle. I think we'll just use the flaps we got. I don't think we'll go all the way full flaps down. Actually, yeah, let's do that. We'll get slowed way down here and then. Looks like there was an ILS approach here. I mean, this is the longest runway. I think this was like a regional airport, and it closed down at some point. I think maybe during COVID. But it's supposed. I think they're trying to reopen it. Nice headwind here. All right, here's our first touch and go of the day. Come on, settle down, plane. Ooh, I got the claps. All right, and away we go. Ooh. All right, we're just gonna have to hand fly this for a bit. I have to look at that. Negative 115. I like it. Ooh, we're going the wrong direction. It just dawned on me. That's okay. We'll get this circle back around here. here we go. Now we gotta get our, let's see, 082. There we go. All right, that shouldn't be a very long run. Nope, 37. Okay. So Newcastle. Can we look at the charts for Newcastle? Ah, shoot. Should be N T. Approach. All right, let's have a look at our. All right, 25 should be the preferred runway. Do another touch and go here. Well, let me take a picture of that first landing rate. There we go. 50. Yeah, it sure did. Hey, Mick, how are you? Sorry, I was looking at the getting some stuff done while the oh, we got to throttle back a bit. We're gonna burn out the engine. How are you, Mick? Nice to see you here. I think Milla was here, and Fireman was here. I think he might have dipped out. I know Bex and the whole lot of them are at some sort of a meetup or something or other. So I know they won't be here. Well, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. 15 months. Boy, where has the time gone? Oh, I thought it was this. I thought it was this weekend. Oh, it's the EGX or whatever it is. There you go. Oh, I thought it was this weekend. I don't know why I did, but the way they were talking, it was, yeah, EGX. That's what I thought it was. Um, I thought it was this weekend for some reason. The way they were talking, but maybe they were doing something else ahead of that. I don't know. I know. I don't know. Then I guess they got something else going on because I figured uh, Bex might have been here, but her and Glenn might be out and about. Joseph, there's no telling what he's up to. He's probably at the pub. Even though it's only 3 o'clock. That doesn't stop him. So what? I don't know. Can we go to procs? Let's see if we can. See, it won't let me. Maybe it will. E. G. N. Oops. C. Enter. Nope. E, G, and T. I'm sorry. Why did it do that? Enter. T. Is it 2-5 or is it 2-4? 2-5. ILS 2-5. Enter. Is it NT1 or NT2? We'll go NT. I think we'll just go to the top one. Oh, I love him. I love him, Mick. Absolutely. Oh, he got it. Oh, good for him. Enter. Yes. Now we can go to nav mode. Turn off the heading mode. Heading mode is off. Okay. click out of that. Okay, so there we are. We got a procedure now. Yay! Yeah, they're fantastic, Mick. I really wish I could have gotten these a lot sooner, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, let's talk to Newcastle, shall we? Let's talk to Newcastle. Yes, let's. Nope, nope. That was the wrong one. All right, I'm going to go use the little captain's room here real quick. I'll be right back. So I'm guessing Joseph's looking to cause havoc in GT7 here, huh? All right, let's look at the ILS frequency for. Ooh, we should be able to now. I think we could pull up the chart for it. 111.5. Oh, it's already dialed in. Perfect. Look at that. There's our little there's our little cute plane. So we're heading right there, and then we're going to circle back around. Put it on 2.5. We'll do a touch and go there as well, and we'll just keep going. Looks like our yeah, that's our flight line right there. Should be, I think. Yeah. What's our final altitude at? 2,000. Okay. So we need to be at 2,000 by the time we pass there. Looks like our NDB. So we got to be at 2,000 feet, right there. So we'll, once we get a little bit closer, we'll drop some altitude. But yeah, I love them. I really wish I could have gotten these much sooner, but they're not small. I mean, it's taken up probably half my desk. I had to go get a freaking I had to go get like a little folding table just for the keyboard and mouse. Like I had no room whatsoever on on my stuff, on the desk. Like I just the space went away very quickly. Um, so yeah, that's the only drawback. I'm looking for other solutions. I like to get one of them fancy chairs that lots of people have that you can mount different peripherals. You have a space for your keyboard and a space for your mouse as well. Yeah, it's let's see. Let me look at my little nav map here. All right. Going to Durham Tees, that's 33 nautical miles. All right. Looks like we're about to cross the. I'm going to go ahead and drop the altitude to 2,000. Go ahead and throttle back a little bit. I'll send you a picture, Mick. As a matter of fact, I'll do it right now. All right, there we go. So we should be able to see the airport. Should be right. Oh, there it is. There's our runway right there. Now, check this out. So let's look at the chart again real quick. I love this part because I don't have to look at all the information's right here. So when we go past Delta 54, which is that point right there, once we come back around and line up, then I can hit the approach mode and it should capture the ILS frequency. Should be in the keyword, but if not, we're going to go ahead and we'll land it ourselves. We'll use this. We'll just follow the information, or follow the. Actually, let's go ahead and slow down a little bit here. That's the one thing I like about flying on. I think you could do somewhat similar stuff on the Xbox, but I don't know that you have the charts and all that like I do here. And I don't think that the your AirRack data would be up to date either. That you could pick this approach, But yeah, I sent you it on Discord there, Mick. A picture of the new peripherals. All right, let's go back to here because as soon as we hit the runway, I'm going to try to get down as quickly as I can. Then we gotta make a beeline for our next destination, which is uh-oh. What did I touch? There. That's the only thing I don't like is if you're trying to. Our next Durham Tees Valley is our next destination. Then we got a quick run to Lemming, and then on to Sherburne, and then I'll refile the flight plan, take us all the way to Duxford, and and we'll wrap things up for the day. That's the second time today that here I am getting ready to land, and the hold on a second, I can't read. Oh, it's yeah. So with the throttles, Mick, you can get there's a couple companies out there that make the add-on different throttle sets. So like they have one specifically for the 737. They have one for the 777. And the great thing is because it has you put these covers over the ones that you're not using. You don't have to really map anything. You just plug in what you need. But it comes with the GA one, and it comes with one for, like, you could use it for the Airbus. So, yeah, it's pretty nice. But you can get other ones as well. So, let me look at our two. I think that was it, right? Yeah. So we're almost at our there, and then once we reach there, we'll hit the. Yeah, I was a bit apprehensive because they've had so many problems with their customer service. Like everybody said if you're gonna buy it, don't buy it directly from them, buy it from somebody else, because at least if you have issues, whoever you buy it from should have like better customer service. But they've got new management. But I read an article, they called it an advertorial. It was like an advertisement / editorial. They talked to the new owner, but they didn't. What kind of bothered me was they didn't have they didn't talk about a plan. Like what are they going to do in the future? How are they going to kind of like earn the trust of the community back? Because I mean they were like on top of the world for the longest, and they kind of just like fell apart. I don't know why that happened, but it did. Which was sad because they were like, a lot of people were like, this is if you're gonna get something, this is the one to have. It's well made, it's pretty solid, but there were some QA/QC problems that kind of crept in. So that was the only problem. But I thought, well, I'll take the leap, because it's the only thing that seems remotely sensible that I can use it for multiple aircraft. That's the great thing about it. I'm going to go ahead and hit the approach mode now. Actually, we'll go ahead, and once we cross that, it should automatically lock in on the glide slope. But yeah, it's I like it. It's wonderful. I'm pretty happy with it so far. I'm just fingers crossed that it's going to last a good while. That's one complaint that I've heard. Some people got some really crappy units, and they tried to talk to Honeycomb to let's just get another notch of flaps down, and then all right, I see the runway. But right now there's just not a lot of options, but there's more stuff coming out there. Like there's a lot more companies that are getting involved in the peripheral sort of side of things to get some really good quality stuff out there. But can they do it for the price that Honeycomb was able to do it at? That's the question. Otherwise, if it's not affordable, most people are going to be like, yeah. But, most flight simmers have built they've already got stuff. They're not really looking for anything new per se, where, somebody like me, I was looking for something that I wish I had a long time ago. But, it is what it is. We might have to stop. I don't see our continuing thingy here. I'll just I know what I'll do. It's okay. We'll pull off the runway, and then we'll take back off from 2.5. We'll come to a quick full stop here, and then we'll keep going. All right, we're on the glide slope. There we go. That last notch of flaps down. Because I'd be curious to see if they're going to show up. Like, I don't think they showed up in Vegas. I know there was they were one of the big vendors at Flight Sim Expo when it was in Houston, but it was like shortly after that. That's when things kind of fell apart for them, and they. So I don't know, like. Hopefully they'll be. Oops. Why is it doing that? Oh, that's all right. But I'll be curious to see if they show up at the Flight Sim Expo next year. I think they skipped Vegas because there was just a lot of questions about, because they built they did create their own rudder pedals as well, and they took a lot of pre-orders in Houston for those new. And then when people just they weren't getting them, and when they were asking like what's going on, they were like, oh, there's just a slight delay. And then a slight delay just turned into like this big old mess. And, yeah, it's just, so it'd be curious to see how, if they bounce back and kind of take back their top position as one of the best peripheral makers out there. I think between them and Virpil's really good as well. I was looking at some of their stuff. It's not cheap, but I think their stuff is well made too. But but it's just, oh, okay. Welcome back, Camilla. Mick was just here. It's like my numbers. I see 3, and then it goes to 2, and it's I don't know. That's all right. So Joseph got his PS5. He's on GT7, huh? Causing havoc, no doubt. Yeah, there's Mick. Oh, somebody else is here. I got 4 viewers. Well, welcome in, everybody. We're just going to do some airport hopping. We're about to land. We're about to do our second landing of our flight so far today. We're just going to pull off here, and we're going to refile stuff real quick. It should be real easy to do. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, whatever may apply. Get a little bit of throttle in there. Fire the autopilot. Oh, that had to be that's got to be, I might have greased that one. Let's have a look. Oh, negative 141, that's not bad. I'll take it. Oh, look at that. You guys got the ads in the... All right. Where's our... Yeah, the next taxiway is way up yonder. That's all right. Yeah, I do, Mick. Yeah. This thing, like, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Absolutely. All right. So we're just gonna pull over here. What's my fuel looking like? Ooh, I gotta gas up. Uh, we just landed at Newcastle. I'm gonna gas up, and then we'll get on the rest of the way. Why am I parking near? Where are all these cars on the active? All right, let's set the parking brake. Okay. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna tank up. We're gonna go. We're just gonna load it up with fuel. There we go. And we're gonna go direct to. We want to go to EGNV. Actually, you know what? Here's what we'll do. I got a better idea. Yeah, we just went to Newcastle, and then we're going to go to. It's a short run from there to. Where's. No, it's not. We're going to Durham Tees Valley next, and then Leeming, on down to Sherburn, and then to Doncaster, to East Midlands, Leicester. I'm butchering these names. Bedford, and then Duxford. So we got 8 legs to do still. So what I'm gonna do. Oops, no, we're gonna stay there. We're gonna go EGNT Newcastle. I'm just gonna put all the legs in. I think we pulled up over. I think it was like right there somewhere. Yeah. All right. Depart. I think no. There it is. This was over here. Depart. And our EGSU. Yeah, we'll end up in Duxford. EGNV. But I just want to practice doing touch and goes along the way. Oops, not. No. But we'll just tank up. We'll just fill it up with fuel. Add NVXE. CJ. CN. Add. Oops. NX. And BG. And BF. Boy, Bedford. Looks like there was a. Wow. What is going on there? Like a whole runway is being. What? What the heck is going on there? Okay. And we need to. Yeah, we're at 100% go. Oop, nah. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, let's get this thing started up again. Well, let's double check, make sure we got enough fuel as well. No, see, it reset it. Good thing I checked it. All right, go ahead and let's get rid of the yoke so we can see everything a little bit easier. Hit enter on that. Okay. See, it's got switches and everything. I'm a real pilot now. I'm a big boy. Yeah. It's just getting used to where everything is. That's the only, it's the only thing. But let's see, we're going to the south. My goodness, where the heck are we going? Did somebody get all that? My God. Well, my goodness. Whew. I would have been like, can you say that again? See, this is the only thing I don't like, and it's because I'm wearing flip-flops. Like 2.5 is down there. Hold on, let me take my flip-flops off so I can actually get on these rudder pedals, because I'm like going. There we go. Oh, I see. Okay. Is that like, can we just skip across there? I think we can. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to go all the way down there to just to, yeah, no. We're just all sitting back relaxing. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just getting used to, well, the other thing I need really is I need to have these rudder pedals mounted on something that won't move. Like that's the other thing that I got to get resolved. Most people have them mounted on like a block of wood or something that's gonna keep it from moving. You know. Oh my God. I tell you, people find the weirdest stuff to fuss about. Well, how come you didn't? They didn't pick the. Oh, I'm gonna turn the flight director on. Our heading needs to be 165. Yeah, it kind of has those, but they're just not because I'm on a hardwood floor. It doesn't really, it moves like if I really try to move my, rudder pedals, really get on them, it it'll kind of like, oh, and I don't know why my controller drifts like that for the camera. That's another thing that I gotta resolve. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I thought it was because it was wireless. I've got it wired and it still does it. I don't know if I need to do an update or something. There's like all these little things, you know. But it'll all be better in due time. The one thing they did talk about that I think is absolutely fantastic, the size of the new sim is going to be significantly smaller, and it's going to load much quicker. Like it took from the time they did the installation to getting into a flight, it only took 5 minutes. On 2020, if you do a fresh install, uh, no, actually they're trying to do um, fewer updates. So like, if they do a sim update, it'll only update in the cloud. You will not have to download something to your computer. You're like empty out. I don't think you have to empty out your community folder and all that. It's supposed to be much easier as far as that goes. At least that's what it sounds like. Whether or not that actually happens remains to be seen. But yeah, the install space is going to be significantly smaller. And they talked about if you have all the third party add ons, airports, aircraft, all the world updates, you're looking at least 4 terabytes of data. Um, so this is supposed to be much small. Most everything's going to live on the cloud. Uh, your third party stuff, whatever's in your community folder, will live there, but the sim in general will live in the cloud. It sounds like Mick, but unless you buy something from a third party developer, then you have to worry about that. But otherwise, it should be way simpler. At least that's what they're saying. Now, whether or not that turns out to be true is it remains to be seen. But from what people were saying, as far as what they experienced and what they've seen so far, it seems to be a much better. Um, it's like, and it for somebody like you or I who's like on a fiber internet connection, it should operate way better. Whereas somebody who's on Wi-Fi, they might struggle with it because it's going to be pretty data intensive. But if you're like on a 1 gig fiber connection or higher than 1 gig, you'll be it'll run. No, it will, but it would be like your graphics card and your CPU will be, if you run everything like on ultra setting, yeah, it's going to work your system. But if you're running it on like medium, it shouldn't really tax your system too terribly much. So like if you have a mid range PC, you should still be able to play, or fly with very little issue. You're just gonna have to dial back your graphics settings, but they're trying to find the balance. I think what they did was they're looking at things from two perspectives. One is the general aviation perspective, people who fly at a couple thousand feet. I had chicken patties for dinner last night, Amela. I know what you were going to ask. I was waiting for that question. Hold on, let me get in the air. So for flying at 3,000 feet, you get more detail. But when you're up at 30 something thousand, almost 40,000 feet, cruising along in a jetliner, you don't need all the information that you would if you were, uh, you know, uh, um, okay, I think I need to take a right. Nope, I need to take a left. Oop. I don't think I even. So, so if you're flying at 38,000 feet, you're not going to need as much data for the area because you're essentially, you can't really see the fine details. But if you're at 3,000 feet, obviously all this detail would need to be, cached in advance. So that's what they're looking at doing. Um, Let me kind of get his line backed up on her. There we go. Okay. Now I can. Um, yeah, it feels a lot. The only thing is that it has all of the internally on the yoke. It has like four um, springs, so it's got the most tension in it, which is fine. I want to be able to feel that the pull. Like I got to get more comfortable with the. Pulling back on the yoke to take off and all that, and get it feel the actually when we land, getting the flare just right. Um, so yeah, there's Newcastle. Um, but yeah, I think they're on the right path. But that was one of the things is a lot of people were starting to wonder, did they need to, I don't think I even put any flaps down on that. um, So they're trying to make it a little. The only thing is, I don't know how well it's going to work on the Xbox. Like, I don't think it's going to work. If I had to venture a guess, I don't think it's going to work very well on the Series S. I think that's going to tax that poor little thing. Like, you're going to probably end up burning that Series S out very quickly. Um, so there's that. But yeah, it seems like they're on the right path, but the only thing that I'm worried about is if a lot of the stuff's living on the cloud, can the cloud servers handle the amount of traffic? They said they had, since the sim was released in 2020, just on the PC alone, and then in 2021 when it came out on the Xbox, they had 15 million people and they did over 1 billion flights. See, I that would be kind of the only thing I would say about that is the operating systems are way different. I don't know, like that, the coding for it to work on the PlayStation. Boy, and that would require Sony to kind of open things up to uh freaking Microsoft. I don't know that they would do that, to be honest. Like, that would be like, I don't know that they would want to allow uh Microsoft access to how their uh how their console is structured. Like, that would, ooh boy. I don't know that you'd want Microsoft to have that kind of. I know how you feel about Microsoft, Mick. That's like the chicken's inviting the wolf into to dinner. I don't know that that would work. I know you wouldn't be too happy because it might. Oh, yeah. You already get mad at them just on the PC. I can't imagine if they come in and start screwing with stuff on PlayStation. You might have a coronary. But yeah, I don't know that the amount of um, cooperation that would be required for that, though, would be. Whew. But I mean, if you think about it, they would have. I think the other thing would be, how are you going to split the revenue from the sale of it? Microsoft would want their share, Sony would want their share, and I don't think they would ever agree on who gets what. That would be like the biggest hurdle, I think, is the money issue. Okay, well, let's see if we can talk to EGNV. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Or just follow the landing thingy. But yeah, that would. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, it would be great because it would open up even more people to flight sim. But uh, let's see. Well, saying that they won't would make a lot more from people. Well, I mean, Game Pass is great. Um, See what they did this time. You get the base sim on Game Pass, and then if you want to add in individual planes that are in like the other editions, you can buy those individually. You don't have to get everything else. You don't have to like upgrade to another tier. But so like say you buy, say you pay for the base, but then you want to upgrade, you only pay the difference between the base and like the premium deluxe. You don't have to pay the full price. You just pay the difference between the two. So that seems to make some sense. But it's not bad. It's a good way to know, like, whether or not, like, to be able to do it for free, right? It's a good way to know whether or not it's something that you want to invest time in. You know, you don't. You already, if you're already paying for a Game Pass subscription, I told a friend of mine years ago, he downloaded, but I don't know if he ever did anything with it. But he said, I might try Flight Sim. I said, if it's on Game Pass for free, get a lot for free. There's more than enough planes, but it gives you the opportunity to know if this is something that you want to invest your time and energy in, because it's not for everybody. You have, in order to be personally, and I know not everybody feels the same way, but in order to get the most of it, even for free, you have to spend time with it. It's not something. I mean, if you're going to do it casually, it's not going to feel rewarding, right? It's just going to be kind of like, eh. It's just, you're just not going to feel it. You're going to get bored with it very quickly. You're going to be like, eh. But I like the challenge of it because there's always something new to learn. I don't I don't want to just fly simple stuff. I want to be able to say, okay, let me try this. If I do these things, what do I get for it? What's the that sort of thing. Um, that's what I like the most. But I know not everybody feels that way. They just they find there's the thing like this. I think with flight sim, it's kind of like train sim. You have people who like to fly jetliners and that's all they want to fly, and you have people who want to fly a little bit of everything because it's, to me, that's like the most fun that you can have, is that you can fly all these different. It's like I look at it this way: you have all these tools in the toolbox. You should use them every opportunity you get, because then for me, it's like I get a better sense of accomplishment that I flew something, a fairly simple plane like this, or I can fly a 737. Now, it's not technically flying. It's like the autopilot is doing all the work, right? Can I hand fly it? Yeah. Would I hand fly a 737? No. Even with the new yoke and throttle, I mean, that's a lot of work, But if you want to, I'm sure you can. Is it, But I like that I can try different planes and I can say, oh, you know what, I'm going to fly this for a while and see how I like it. Oh, and sometimes you're just like, man, I wish I had been doing this all along. And it's but I like the challenge of it. I like to try different planes. I like, uh, because it just keeps things fresh. I don't want to just be kind of stuck in, you know, only flying one plane. I mean, I get it. Some people enjoy that. They've kind of gotten used to it. They know the quirks, and that's the other thing too. They talked about for 2024. Your plane will fly differently, like which is should be expected. A Cessna 152, which is smaller than this, should fly differently than this plane because they're two different planes. It's got two different engines. One's got a little less horsepower, one's got a little bit more. It should feel differently, and and of course, if you fly this and you fly a 737, it should fly differently. They both should because they're two different types of planes. Um, but that's what I love about this is that you can really feel, like you can get your sink your teeth into all kinds of different planes. That to me is what I like most. Kind of like train sim. I like passenger. I like freight. I like a little bit of everything because then it doesn't get stale. It doesn't get boring. You know. Uh, I like the challenge of that, but not everybody does. I get it. A lot of people are kind of like, yeah, I don't know, but it is what it is. But if they ever did it, I would be shocked that Sony would agree to allow, because they would have to understand the architecture of how they code stuff for PlayStation. Like would there how are you going to allow complex stuff like the PMDG 737? Well, PMDG would have to they would have to figure out how to code it as well. It maybe it'll be easier, maybe it'd be more difficult. I don't know. You know, it's definitely a it'd be interesting, but I couldn't imagine Sony agreeing to um, allowing Microsoft access to all that kind of stuff, and not just Microsoft, but third-party developers. Uh, you talk about the the PC community was bad as it was when this came out um, um, on the PlayStation or on the Xbox. I mean, but if it came out on PlayStation on PlayStation, and there was more problems, they would lose it. The forums would just be lit with anger, and that Microsoft basically sold out to the console community, and you know it. But I'm thankful for the fact that I got to try it on the the play or the Xbox, and knew that okay, this is something I wanted. No, I was like, I think I really want to get a PC now because there's more stuff I can do on the PC. You know, uh, which is the way it should be. You know, but yeah, if I think that would just be a massive backlash if they did that. They would yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay, that does that. Okay, I'm still getting used to all these switches on the yoke that I can use. But I mean, I think though the bigger question would be, would you know who's going to get who's going to get their cut, and how much is that cut going to be to to make it worth their while. And they're both going to want the largest cut. And I think that's where they're going to go like, yeah, this isn't going to work. But it's an interesting idea. But boy. I mean, there's still people to this day that are still pissed that it came to the Xbox. You know, they'll never forgive Microsoft for doing that, because it's like they were like, no, this should have never gone on the console. This was a PC only game. But it if you think about it, it really opened up the flight simming to a whole generation of people who were like, I can finally do this and enjoy it, you know and that was the key. And it may have enough people, I think, enjoyed it that they were like, I think I'm going to start saving up for a decent computer system. And that's what they did. And they're like, I'll get a PC and I'll fly on the PC and I can do even more. It's I think there's some people that happened to, and other people are like, I'm just gonna fly casually on the Xbox and be happy with that. And that's fair enough. But I didn't ever think I would ever be on the PC. I never thought I'd never imagined that I would be able to be on the PC. All right, we're thinking a little too much for my taste. Look at that big old runway. Remember, Vic, years ago when I did this, and it was like I was all over the place. I was porpoising and you and Namella were virtually holding each other's hands. Well, somebody's on the runway. Look at that. More applause. I know. I know. It's fantastic, isn't it? Let's see what that one came out as. Ah, negative 101. I like it. Get a picture of that. Okay. I gotta see which way are we supposed to head here. Okay. I got it. We're gonna hand fly this one. 'Cause why not? Make sure our we're gonna hand fly this for a bit. Hey, look, there's our pattern entry right there. Yay, us. One thing I should be looking at real quick. See, I think it's not. I think in order for FS Hub to say I flew each leg, I'm going to have to come to a stop. He's all right. No, same old, same old. Yeah. See, in order for me to get credit, uh-oh, connection lost. What? Is there? Is the internet down for some reason? I know one of the days I was flying and we had a very brief power outage. Can you guys still hear me? Yeah. I wonder if the there we go. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Now it's back. Um. Okay. Yeah, it looks like their servers, they might have had to reboot them, which is weird on a Saturday. But I'll say, be very upset if. Right, well, I'm going to come to a quick stop here, and we'll get back in the air. Um, I just gotta. I think I know what I gotta do in order for this to work for the amount of flights I'm doing. Um, yeah. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh well. I guess it wasn't that important. Ooh, sun's glaring. Oh, wasn't that amazing, Mick? That was, man. I never thought I'd see the day something like that would happen. And it was just like they nailed it. That was amazing. I never thought I'd see that before in my life. I mean, it was already amazing when the shuttle landed, but that was something completely different. I'm telling you, SpaceX is just knocking it out the park. I know a lot of people don't like Elon Musk, but You got to hand it. They are doing phenomenal work. Yeah, I didn't see it live, but I saw the replays, and it's just it is phenomenal what how they were able to accomplish that. Like I don't think anybody would have ever thought that they could do something like that. But there, yeah, exactly. Yeah, seems like it. I mean, the engineering that goes into something like that is just, whew. And yeah. I mean, if the amount of work that had to go, and even if they failed, it it would have they would have learned from the failure and gone back and said, okay, let's try again. They wouldn't have just said, forget it. We give up. No, that's not in his vocabulary. I don't think. You learn from the mistake and you start again. You learn from that. And all right, here we go. Another quick stop. Nice runway here. Look at that. Everybody remember where we landed. I'm going to take off from here in just a second. As soon as I... Oh, yeah. But, if they didn't do it then, they would have figured out where did they make the mistake and gone back and retooled stuff and said, okay, now we're going to try it again. We're going to, he doesn't give up easily, but he doesn't get involved in stuff that he doesn't feel like strongly about either. He doesn't waste time on he wants to do things where things work and you know mm, ooh. All claps so far today. All claps. All right. Let me, okay. Let me. 148. Nice. I'll take it. Okay. Um. Yeah. That was. You know what? We're just gonna go over here. We're just gonna cut across the grass. Actually, we're. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, let me. West. Hold on a second. Oh, you already got the taxi thingy. Okay. All right. Let me do something real quick. Hold on. Sorry. All right. Let's see here. Hold on a second, Mick. Oh, hold on. Yep. Okay. Um, we don't. I've not heard of anything yet, Mick. At least not. I I I don't know that we would have any, but it's possible. But um, if there is any, it's not like super noticeable. But I mean, people are going to have their different opinions, and they're going to vote for whoever they want to vote for at the end of the day. I think uh, most people have made up their minds at this point. There's going to be very little that is going to persuade them, and certainly harassing people simply because they vote differently for you is not going to. It's not going to change anybody's minds. In fact, I think it's going to have the opposite effect. Most people it's going to entrench them even further, which doesn't solve anything either. But when you threaten people or bully them or belittle them simply for exercising their right to vote, that doesn't do well for anybody involved at the end of the day. But there's people who believe that that's the solution to the problem is, oh, I have to belittle somebody because they vote differently than me. People have, it's the right that I served for, that you have the right to vote. You have the right to stay home and not vote if that's what you want to do. I'm not, you know, that's your choice. But nobody should be bullied or threatened or harassed or beaten up, whatever, simply for exercising their right. You know, that's their, at the end of the day, that's their choice. But there's people who and it's just unfortunate that there's people who believe that that's the solution to the problems. Instead of sitting down and having a conversation with somebody and finding that you both actually agree on a lot of things, but there's entities that don't want that agreement. They want people to be angry. They want people to be get so that doesn't fix anything. It really doesn't, and it's unfortunate. And part of it is, and I try not to spend too much time on social media, but that's where the problems are, is in social media. Oh, somebody's behind me. You know, um, but that's it's unfortunate, but that's the world we live in now, and it doesn't need to be that way. You know. Okay, let me do something here real quick. Okay, somebody's behind me. I don't know who that is because I don't see a name, like it's not somebody I know. Yeah, yeah, but part of it I think is people live on social media. They don't interact with other people. They don't have those conversations, and it shows. Unfortunately. Yeah, it there's just that's because people can't handle that. You know, they can't handle that people think differently or vote differently. You know, but I don't know. It's unfortunate. All right. Yeah, that's the problem, I think. All right, I'm gonna make a big U-turn here. Good job for gaming. Yeah, yeah. They, I don't know. But I think that's the problem. People want other people to be afraid to vote how you see fit. If you've done your due diligence, oops, you done your research and you think you're going to vote for the best possible candidate. Um, all right, let's get the autopilot on first off, and we gotta get our 160. Okay, there we go. Um, yeah, it's I don't know. Okay. Okay, another leg here. We just left Leeming or Lemming Air Base, and we're on our way to. Let's see. That's EGCJ. That's should be. Hold on. Let me. Sherburne. Sherburne in Elmet. I'm probably butchering that, but that's where we're heading. We just stopped off real quick there in Leeming. Yeah. There's no way the A320 is my most flown aircraft. I haven't flown the A320 in ages. How am I getting credit for that many A320 flights? Uh, yeah, I haven't flown an A320. It said I had like 73 flights in A320. It's my most flown. I'm like, I haven't flown an A320 in like years. I haven't flown anything but the A320. Boy, some pretty hefty winds out there today. I'm just trying to make sure I get credit for all these takeoff and landings, especially because. But the weird thing is, I think I gotta look at FS Hub, but it's like you got to do each one. Yeah, I have. According to this, according to FS Hub, I have 67 flights in the Junkers, but I'm like, I know I have more than that in the Junkers. It had to have been. It says I have 120 hours in the Junkers and I have 116 in the A320, but I'm like, how? Something's not adding up. Something's been changed, I swear. Because I'm like, I know I had a lot more. I felt like I had a lot more than that, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it. But okay, EGCJ. Let's talk to them. Oh boy, it was. We'll go 2-8. Hold on a second. Let me look at the chart. CJ. I'm gonna say 2-8 left. Yeah, I haven't been in the Junkers in forever. Oh, I love flying that. That was a lot of fun. We'll have to get back into that one again. But the only problem is having. See, this has got 2 throttles, 2 for the prop and 2 for the mixture. So the third one would have to be connected to. They'd all have to be shared. Yeah. Well, this has gone on a little bit longer than I thought it would, but that's all right. We got 5 more legs to go. Make it all the way to Duxford. I missed a landing rate. 101. 148. Was 148 the most recent one? Okay, I guess I haven't missed it then. No, it should be this one coming up. Okay. It's an airport crawl, yeah. That's it, Mick. It's an airport crawl. That's right. Hmm. All right, we should see our latting pattern here in a minute. Well, thank you all for coming in and hanging out. Yeah, I don't know why. I got it was, I had this, uh, I had it in my mind that like Bex, Glenn, Joseph, Melody, like a whole bunch of them were supposed to be doing the meetup, but I thought it was this weekend, but maybe I misunderstood the dates or whatever. I got to figure out what we're gonna do for next Saturday. Um, I'll come up with something. Yeah, I don't know. We'll come up with something. There's our pattern entry. Parts of it. Um, yeah, we'll do something a little bit faster. Maybe I'll try a try the we'll try a twin prop or something. Yeah, we'll take the G58 or something, or one of those. I'll come up with something. Oh. Let's see if we can keep our passengers clapping the entire trip. Real quick, I want to step away for just a moment. All right, I'm back. Just went to check on my dad and Apollo, and I guess they went for a ride. Okay. Let's go ahead and drop some altitude here. I went to go check to see if he needed to go outside, and nope. Well, he had talked about they may go somewhere today, go for a ride or something, but thank you. We're halfway. We got 5 more legs to go. So we should hang a left. Once we land, we'll take it right back off. Keep going. Yeah, it should be in the same time next Saturday, the 26th. That should be our last one for October. We'll do sunsets happening. Oh yeah, it's 5 o'clock in the evening. That's okay. We'll keep going until we get to Duxford. We'll have a nice evening. Yeah. We'll have a nice romantic sunset landing in Duxford. No, of course the ads are going to start now. Just as I'm getting ready to land. Yeah, I like it too, Mick. I think it's a great way to experience flying. You know, like what a real world pilot would go through to get to being like if you're wanting to be like a airline pilot, whatever, you know, you go through the process of getting your private pilot license, getting your IFR rating, your twin engine, you know, there's like a whole process. And I think that's the coolest thing about it is that you can have that experience and it doesn't cost you like an arm and a leg to do all that. You can get a feel like they've tried to make it where it's close to what a real pilot would go through as possible. Um, you know, getting your hours in. See, the hours part, I don't know if that's a requirement. It's kind of like I think they had to skip some things in order to make it appealing, but it would give a younger person like I can look into this. I want to know more. What can I do? How can I do this? And Jorg said that that was something that they were most excited about is the possibility that flight flight simming would give young people a the desire to do this, you know, go and get their private, you know, get their license and become airline pilots eventually, because he said there is a shortage of pilots worldwide and they need more young people especially to be interested in aviation, to want to go to get those jobs and all that. And so they're very pleased that that's something that they're going to have in flight sim for the first time. Because I mean, you can kind of like figure it out for yourself, you know, come up with your own sort of plan, but it's not the same as, you know, having a path itself that you can follow, you know. Well, I'm losing speed. I got a heck of a headwind, it looks like. There we go. Okay. But yeah, it's I'm excited for it, but I know like my biggest thing though is it's something because it's not multiplayer. It's not like you and I could team up and fly together, you know, in a career mode where we could, you know, work through it together. I mean, I don't think you can. I mean, but I don't know. Is it something that most people would want to watch somebody go through? You know, that's the other thing as well. All right, here we go. Ooh, coming in hot. Mmm. Well, they're still clapping. I guess it wasn't that bad. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. But yeah, I mean, I'll try to showcase some of it. You know, Um, yeah. Oh, let's look how that one went. Um, yeah, I wish there was a way to do that, but I mean, what I think we could do, if this is something that, if the, you know, if there's like an audience for it, is I can do the career. We could pick one and we could work through it together, and you could follow along. Kind of like what I did with Joe. Uh, I'd love to have you as a co-pilot, Mick. Um, when he would do the German routes, that's how I learned the German routes. Was when he would do them, I would, I can't be on the same map as him, obviously. Well, I can in theory, but I can't be in the same spot as him. But if I load up the same route and I follow along with what he's doing and learn, like all the where the red lights are and how to clear the warning thingies and all that kind of stuff, um, I that's something that we could do that sort of thing. E.g., I mean, so if you wanted to, um, if you wanted to follow along, like I could load up and we'll say, okay, today we're going to work on this career part. We could do that. I mean, I would love to do that. That would be fine with me, so that we could all learn together. I mean, that's, I think, is the best part, or at least that's the part I could play in the new sim. Is we can work through learning all this stuff together, and we could just and if need be, uh, CN. We can do it as many times as we need to. It's not a we have to do it. We have to. Um, EGCN. Okay, yeah, that was EGXE to EGCJ. Let me make sure I got that right. No, we're on our way to CJ, I think. No, we just took off from EGCJ. We're on our way to EGCN. There it is. Okay, I'm going to go with 20 because that's the wind seemed to be going that direction. Yeah, we can do that. That's okay, Mick. I don't mind that at all. Okay. Yeah, we can work our way through it. That's not a problem at all. Yeah. And we can if you don't feel, what we can do in the chat is, if you're like, hey, I want to go through this again, can we do it again? Not a problem. It won't. We're not in a race to see who can get through it first. Let's we can take our time through it. That's fine. And you know, I if you've got Game Pass, Mick, or just buy the base one, because we're gonna fly GA stuff for the time being, and we can just go through the GA stuff and work our way towards flying the jetliners and all that, and just enjoy the learning process of it. Um. So yeah, I'm happy with that. There's if you get the base sim alone and it's not super expensive, you get there's more than enough to work with. You know, um, and you can add on, as I was saying earlier, if there's a plane that you want to fly with me that uh, you can just buy that one directly from the higher tier, so that we have the same thing, if that's what you want to do. But we can pick something that's we can fly in the 152 because it's very basic, or we can fly in the 172. Um, it's fine. Um, so yeah, we can work through that together. That's perfectly fine. But with the yeah, I looked at the list. I mean, for the very base game alone, the base sim alone, you get a lot of planes for the price for the base, and I mean it's a pretty good value, I think. Um, not everybody sees it that way, but I think even if you have Game Pass and you use the base sim for free, I mean, you can't beat that either. I mean, you're paying a far less amount of money, but I'd like to, I think for me, it's like I want to be able to. I know it's going to sound kind of cheesy, but I want to be able to give them as much as I can, well, without being silly about it, but it's an investment. With the money I spend, they turn around and can hire more people. They can do more, I think. Uh, there are some, but well, so yeah, there'll be some stuff that's new to the sim, Amela. Like we're getting you can fly the Airbus Beluga. They're like their big cargo plane that hauls parts from Toulouse to other airports. Like it was a big deal. One landed at Heathrow for the first time ever. Big Jets TV was there, and it was like you would have thought like the it was a huge deal. So you get to fly that. You get to fly the Dreamliner, which is Boeing's version of the Beluga that brings parts around the world for the 787 Dreamliner. You'll be able to fly that. So there's all these new things that are coming. I mean, it's absolutely amazing what we're getting for. But I mean, like the Beluga for the base sim, you get the Beluga itself as part of the base. So I mean, you get to fly this iconic looking. It's like a flying dolphin or whale or something. It's the most unusual looking plane, but you can fly it, and the Vision Jet, which I've flown on on here before on stream. That's coming to the sim. That's like I think that's part of the base package. So you get like this little like executive commuter jet thing, and for part of I think that's part of the base. So and then any builds is bringing their versions of the Airbus. I think Asobo has partnered with them to make a better stock version of the A320 in the new sim. So you're going to have more bells and whistles, so to speak, than the previous version. You know, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming to the sim that hasn't been there before, and everybody will have like a flight tablet. It won't just be PMDG or Just Flight or what's the other one? Any builds. They all have their own different flight tablets, but for the first time, everybody, even in the Cessna, will have a flight tablet available to them. So you can do a lot more. You won't have to wait for it's not going to because every pilot, even in a 172, both pilots have like an iPad of some kind that they do their flight planning with that, and they can pull up the charts as they fly. Like if they have to, yeah, it's a big, like, they're it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? It is it's a huge step in the correct direction that I think like it's something that Jorg was very much adamant about. Like he's very, like, if you listen to him talk, he's very passionate about the future of flight sim and the stuff that he wants to put in there to for people to enjoy. But his main thing, I think, is he wants to inspire young people so that they might become pilots themselves. He's talked about that. He's very big about that. Um, all right, I gotta take my hands off the stick here for just a second, and I gotta look at the 197. Okay, I gotta dial that in first. So when we take off, we know which way we're heading. So yeah, he's very big about, inspiring people to to become pilots, that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's I know I'll never be able to do it, but this is the next best thing. I can live vicariously through flight sim, and that's okay. you know I couldn't afford to do it now. I mean, I could in theory, but there's just there's other things that would prevent me from doing it, and that's okay. I can enjoy this for what it is. I know I'll never be like a airline pilot or a private pilot, but that's okay. It's just like when you play a racing game. I know I'll never be a Formula One driver, but I can pretend to be one. You know, I know I'll never be a train operator, but I can pretend to be one. I can enjoy it for what it is. But I love the challenge of this. I do. I know that sounds cheesy, but that's how I feel about it. I can challenge myself to be better than I was yesterday. and that's the most enjoyment I get out of it. But no, I'm happy to share the learning process with other people. You know, if that inspires people to, you know, to enjoy the sim more, then I'm willing to do that. You know I'm not a big streamer like, you know, Scruffy or Two Tone Murphy or anybody else, but you know, I don't mind that I have a small audience that's committed to being here. Um, you know, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I grew up loving aviation, and I regret that I didn't pursue a career in it. So this kind of satisfies that sort of, you know, wish that if I had thought about it and really went after it, I think I would have done very well in the aviation field. But, you know, everything happens for a reason, as they say. You know, well, look, we don't even have to turn very far once we get back in the air. I mean, I'm thankful for that I got, you know, that they brought this to the Xbox, and I was able to, you know, be like, wow, I love this enough that I think I want to invest the, you know, in the peripherals. And I mean, none of this stuff is cheap, you know, and some people are fortunate that they got stuff secondhand from somebody who got something else, and they're like, I can give you this for a much lower price than what I got it for. Come on, plane, settle down. There we go. They keep clapping. Ooh, I think there's a heck of a crosswind. All right, let's get back up in the air. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I gotta get the. I gotta figure out another solution to the. There we go. After. Let's see how that one was. 126. I like it. All right. Let's have a look here. See, it didn't give me. We just landed at EGCJ. Why is it doing this? Yeah, it's not. Okay, I gotta throttle back here, otherwise I'm gonna blow the engine out. All right, we're making our way. I think I It's not giving me the credit for the flight individually in Flight Sim or in FS Hub. All right. I think I know why. So EG. All right. Let's see. Is it Doncaster Sheffield? Yep. There we go. Yep, the sun is setting. Yeah, we're on our way to EGCN. I just had to make sure I clicked the right one. I think that's what the problem is. I can't. I don't know. All right. It's getting near lunchtime here. Boy, little girl was not wanting to go. I got up at 5:30 this morning to make my tea, and so I let little girl in after I got the water on the stove going, and she came in, sat with me for a bit, drank some water, ate some more. Sat, like it was like this. She couldn't decide what she wanted to do, and finally I was like, it's getting close. It's like after 7:30, and I'm like, I got to get ready for the flight. I got to get going, and she just sat in the kitchen. I And I thought for sure she would have bopped her head through the door or something and meowed to let her out, but she just stayed in the kitchen, sat on the kitchen floor, and a couple nights ago she came in. She stayed in the garage. It was so cold out. We had our first frost warning, I think, for the fall. She came in, she ate, and went on the other side of my dad's vehicle and curled up and went to sleep. And got up in the morning and she was itching to get out. All right, CN should be, no, we just left CN, so we're on our way to NX. Right? I just saw it in the very last page. Where'd it go? It just disappeared. Is that? No, we're on our way to. Wait. I'm confused. Yeah, EGNX, East Midlands. That's it. Oh, what crashed near Washington a few? Um, no, I don't, Mick. Hmm. No, I didn't hear. You talk about Washington D.C. or Washington State? I know there was an F-18 went missing up by the state of Washington, and they haven't been able to locate it. I think because of the weather. Um, I don't know if they found the pilot or not. To be honest, um, I don't know if the pilot bailed out or not. All right, let's have another. East Midlands. Oh, I cannot find East Midlands on the. Why it's not coming up on the list? But yeah, I think it was an F-18. It was a Growler, I think, out of there's a naval air station up there by Seattle. I can't remember the name of it. Oop, there it is. Yeah, that's what I think it was. If that's the area you're talking about, Mick. Looking for East Midlands. I would think it would show up on here by now. Must be a lot of small airports around your airstrips. There it is. Get a little bit closer, we'll get our reading, our thingy. Um, yeah, that's what I think is what it was. I can't remember the name of that naval air station there by Seattle. Um, but they were searching for the plane, but apparently they had it crashed up near Mount Rainier, I think, and I think they were trying to find the plane, but I don't know if the pilot was able to eject in time or not. But I think that's the one you're talking about. But it was growler, a jammer, the same one like that guy Growler jams. The Navy pilot, he flew one of those for the Navy. Now he's an instructor down there in Texas. But um, yeah, that was the kind of Hornet that he flew for the Navy. Um, but yeah, it's okay. I might have to do these manually later. Okay, almost there. Yeah, I'll figure out. Yeah, in that area they saw something on fire and leaving a large. Oh, you. I now that I didn't hear about. Um, hmm. I don't know. That no, I haven't heard about that part. But, huh. Could have been somebody coming in to either Reagan National or Dulles that something may have caught fire. Maybe it was a small plane. I don't know. Either that or it was somebody who flew over restricted space and they warned them to get out and they didn't. And they just said, well, we're going to have to take you down. But I don't know. I've not heard of anything about that. But I know when you come into Reagan National, I think, right there by the Potomac, you have a very narrow corridor that you have to stay in. If you go anywhere out of that, um, it's an automatic. They're going to scramble the fighters because you have entered restricted airspace. Huh? I don't know, but I mean that's the only thing I could think of is somebody went where they weren't supposed to go and thought they could get away with it. But if they don't comply with instructions, I mean they've got that Air Force base right there. If they don't comply, they're going to scramble the fighters and they're going to try to escort you back to where you should be. Or if you don't comply with that, they're going to take it as a threat, and you're going to be. But I don't know. I would have thought that that was the case. That would have been all over the news if somebody was acting foolish around, the nation's capital. Um, but I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to look into that. I have to look into that. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be set for a evening landing in Duxford. Our next one will be EGBG. The rest of them, I think, are very short. The last couple ones should be very short hops. So we'll just uh, be we'll hand fly those the rest of the way. to get our next track dialed in here shortly. Yeah. I didn't even think about that part, but that's okay. We've got the technology. We can make it. There we go. We're just over the airport now, and looks like we need to turn on 141. I think that's our next. But either way, actually, we're going to hand fly that one too. That's a very short hop, it looks like. Why does my thing do this? My goodness. I gotta figure out why my controller keeps doing that. It'll drive me up the frickin' wall. And it's not like I use that controller for anything else. You know, that's the crazy part. Um, I got like a couple more legs left, but there should be very short ones, Amela, and then they'll be done. And then that'll wrap things up. I didn't expect it to go this long, to be honest. Yeah, we got like 3 legs left, but they should be very short, like our next leg isn't very far from here, so I'm just going to hand fly it there, land, do a touch and go, get back in the air, get to the next one, and just do that till we get to Duxford. So I was trying to minimize the full stops, so that way we just kind of practice the touch and goes, but yeah, that should be it. But we'll get to Duxford. And there we go. You gotta buzz the tower, Mick. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Let's just see what that landing rate was. 70. 70. I love it. That's probably the best one today, I think, is 70. Breaking the law, breaking the law. All right, Amela, that's fine. Yeah, I would have got cited for that in the real world. I would have been like, you need to turn around and land again, or your license is revoked. Supposed to be professionals here. there's our pattern entry there. Part of it, at least. Did that count on? Nope. All right, it's not giving me credit for any of this stuff on FSM. Okay, I'm gonna have to let. That's okay. I got the landing rates. I have the technology. We're gonna get credit for all these flights. I have to say, this isn't bad hand flying this. I mean, you have to kind of give a little bit of forward on the yoke, kind of push in on it, but it's not, it doesn't really like kind of wear on you. Like, when I was using just the standard controller to fly, where, my thumb was getting, it's getting worn out quickly. Yeah, this is much better, I think. And it's got a trim wheel on it too. I can put a little bit of nose down trim. You can kind of trim this thing out. Yeah, yeah, it's way smoother to fly in. You know, um, you just have to be very. Um, you don't want to over input on the controller. All right, the next one is 31 nautical miles. That one's going to be a little bit longer. That one I might have to plan a little bit better for the next leg. See, as soon as you put a little bit of flap down, it immediately wants to nose up to slow down. Oh, ads are running. Oops, a daisy. All right, 2 legs left. Yeah, the next one I'll put on the autopilot and let us take us there, because that's going to be like 30 nautical miles. I thought the next one was going to be another like 15 or something. But we'll hand fly the last one into Duxford. Hmm. Yeah, I can feel the difference actually. Make it. I talk about this all the time, but it's one of those things that it helps you develop like good habits flying in the sim versus just it's so much harder with the standard controller to get that sense of feel for keeping your nose kind of level. I mean, it's easy to not pay attention to um, your instruments and all that. All right, there's our airfield there. It when I got it, I did a quick circuit at there in Hayward, and immediately I can feel the difference. 136. Okay. All right, that should be our where that arrow's pointing. That should be 136 there. Well, actually, I keep one hand on the yoke, that's my left, and my right is on the throttle and works the flaps as well. It's just getting used to this system because I got so used to the Velocity 1 flight stick, and everything was pretty much right there. I just have to get more comfortable knowing where you know uh, what buttons do what. Now I can remap some of the buttons if I need to or if I want to, but um, like I got used to for like the radio thing. I have to use my keyboard now to pull up the radio. You know, but no, I'm one hand flying this. Which is what most real pilots have to do. Um, one hand on the yoke, one hand on the throttle. It's kind of like a mini workout. you know. All right, all flaps are down. I think what I'm going to try to do, and see, I have to. All right, dial that in. So as soon as I hit the autopilot, it should give us the. Well, I gotta drop some. I'm gonna have to eat something after I get done with this. Should have grabbed some of those Slim Jims to snack on. Oh, this one's gonna be tough to get back in the air. Hmm. Short runway, short runway. Yeah, I would agree, Mick. All right. Let's see how that one was. Yeah, 151. Not bad. All right. And let's see. We are going to EGBF. Bedford. Go for runway 26 there. Oh no, it's getting dark. Oh, I can't handle the dark. There it goes again. Yeah, I think I gotta download an update for this controller. I mean, it's wired, but it's. I think that's why it's doing what it's doing. It needs an update because it's not like I use this for playing any other games on my Xbox. This is dedicated to flight simming, so it shouldn't be doing this weirdo sort of. Where it kind of just wants to go all over the place. All right, now we can throttle back just a little bit. There we go. All right, Amela, nice to have you back. The lights are on, but nobody's home. Well, we got kind of a tailwind from behind now. All right, EGBF Bedford. Let's see if we can. Wittering Air Base, huh? Stoke Golding Airfield, Milton, Bedworth, Husband, Bosworth. Nope, it's not there. Almost to the end, Amilla. We're almost there. We got Bedford, and then we'll be in Duxford, and we'll wrap things up. I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. 4-hour jamboree. Where's the control for the... Oh, I know what it is. These are automatically on. Oh no, I'm in the dark. Yeah, Mick, exactly. That's what I was kind of thinking. Easton Moddit Airstrip, Milton, Connington, Spanhoe. Okay, still got a little bit of ways to go. Hopefully our airport will pop up. Yeah, I didn't think this was gonna take this long, but here we are. Let's see, I think 70 was our best landing rate today. Yep, looks like it. 51. Yeah, that was the last one. Okay. Yes, this has gone pretty well. Pretty happy with flying with the yoke and throttle. It's definitely much different compared to flying with the standard controller. We'll get this downloaded and we'll put it up for viewing at tomorrow, late afternoon, most likely. All right, 23 nautical miles for the last one. I might just use the autopilot for that one as well. let's see if we can talk to Bedford yet. There it is. Um, oh, we're just flying over that little. Must be a strip for farm or something. I want to message you later, Mick. About something. Bedford, there it is. Select a runway. Oops. Oh, no. 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 There we go. Hmm. Okay. Well, we just. Well, I think we're gonna go. We're gonna land the way we shouldn't be landing. That's okay. Who doesn't like a challenge? I know I do. Well, all these windmills out here. Well, if we land this way, I think once we get in the air, we can pretty much. It shouldn't take much to keep it on track for our final destination there in Duxford. Have you pre-ordered Farm Sim 2025, Mick? Or are you waiting for? Are you just gonna get it when it comes out? Or you're kind of like, not too sure. I think I asked you that before, but I don't remember. Oh, get it on. Oh, okay. I wonder, are they going to do? I haven't heard. because I don't really follow it like other people do. But are they doing like the same thing with like the season pass thing, or they just realize that they just like, yeah, no, we're not gonna bother. Kind of like what they had in 2024, where you had a year one pass or year two thingy or whatever. It was just a way for them to get more money. Or, you had the platinum edition and all that other crazy crap. I haven't really looked too much into it. Oh yeah, okay. See, I'm surprised they didn't have that like as an option. I mean, I kind of looked at what they had, but I didn't see like a, you know, uh, you could get like the platinum edition or whatever, and it comes with all the, you know, fancier equipment or whatever. You get the packs with the other, brand name tractors or whatever, that kind of crap. It's not like Giants really needs the money, but I guess I don't know. Okay, where? I feel like my runway. I'm right over my runway right now. Ooh, look at that moon! Oh, that's fantastic. Look at that big ass moon. Pardon my French. Yep, I think we were just over. Yep, I think that was the airport right there. Yep, sure enough, I think that's what it was. I don't see any lights for any. It says it's still up ahead of us. I don't see the. Huh. Okay. Yep, it's behind us. Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll have the mod stuff. It'll probably take a little while to get all that stuff in there, but okay, we got to come back around, folks. Sorry about that. I was expecting, some lights on or something. I think we went right over it, quite honestly. Oh crap! No, 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 no. All right, we got to get a little bit of altitude here. Mm. Why didn't somebody leave the lights on? Who turned the lights off? Um, it's like a pattern, like a landing pattern thing to so like when it says fly left base left, for whatever runway, this kind of shows you where that left base would exist. It's kind of like just guidelines, basically, of Mello. Cutting back on fuel. Yeah. All right, let's try this again. This is the tricky part about landing or trying to fly at night when they don't want to give you some kind of a. It might be just be a small airport that's only open during the day, like daylight hours, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. I had a feeling we were right over it, but I couldn't because there wasn't anything that suggested there was an airport there. It was kind of hard to figure that out. Oh, you guys are watching ads as well. Hey, if it was easy, we would have been on our way to Duxford. But we don't like the easy stuff. We like it difficult. But it did, like, look at the lights the way that they are right now. I mean, it must be like a multiple runway airport. That's what it seems like to me. Like it's just small. It's like a small public airport, maybe. I don't know. All right, we got this. See, I think. See, this looks like a runway right here, doesn't it? But that looks like a street as well. I think the thingy is way off because there's a tower right there. Okay, yeah, this is it right here. Hmm. Okay, we're just gonna get back in the air because that did not feel like a runway, to be honest. But oh, it was there. Okay, I see it now. No, we're not. Not anymore, we're not. Man, there was like no runway lights at all. It must be only open during the daytime. That's my guess. Alright, we're on our way to Duxford. I would hope that the lights would be on in Duxford. But we'll see. Okay, I'm just going to let that climb and I'm going to get the... I think we're heading in kind of like the right direction. Okay. Oh, heading mode, 111. I don't have the heading mode on. I just stay pointing this direction. There we go. Alright. Let's see if we can talk to Duxford. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's not too far away. Alright, let's see what the landing rate was for that one. Oops, that's not my landing rate. 106. I expected a lot worse, to be honest. The way it hit, I thought for sure that was going to be like a negative 250 or 320 or something. Man, that was tough to find. Like there was absolutely no nothing. Yeah, look at that moon. Is that Mick? Can you see that moon in real life like that? Is the moon out like that right now? That's fantastic. I love it. All right, now let's see if we can talk to Duxford. Oh, there it is. Man, that's amazing. Look at... Whew. It's got that nice orange-red glow from the sun setting. I mean, it's kind of low in the sky still, but I mean, because you figure there's still the sun setting there. But that's, wow, look at that. That's a nice orange moon. It's like a big ball of cheese. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured because I'm up at 3,000 feet and it's still, I mean, it seems pretty low still in the sky, but man, that's amazing. Looking for EGSU. There it is. Oh, you want 2.6 left. Oh. All right. I have a 2.4 left, not a 2.6 left. Oh well, that's all right. Either way, we'll make it. Yeah, that looks fantastic though. Oh yeah, that's a good question. That's a fantastic question, Amela. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat for lunch. It's been almost 5 hours. Well, it has been. I think I had my hard-boiled eggs for breakfast at about 7:30. How far are we? 6 nautical miles. We should see the landing thingy. Noisy. I had butter roll. Oh, butter roll and eggs. Ooh, nice. I think Mick needs a vacation to the mountains. You know, where he can just kind of, as long as he can bring his latte machine and some sandwiches and maybe a book or something to read, or he's got his PlayStation 5, he'll be fine. As long as he's got an internet connection for that. He won't bring the phone. He won't bring anything else. He'll just have his PS5, an internet connection, latte machine, and sandwiches. Maybe a fishing pole. I tell you, Mick, my folks, if you ever visited, they would be ecstatic to host you and the family, I think. Oh yeah, what's the status on that, Mick? Have you gotten to the bottom of the problem, or is it still one of those? It's a work in progress. Yeah, fish. Yeah, That's one thing I miss with my grandfather. Uh, we used to go fishing when I'd visit up there in the summer. It didn't matter if we caught anything or not. It was just for the, get out the house and, I know my grandmother probably appreciated it so she could clean and cook and, watch her stories, you know, all that stuff. Um, but we'd come back around lunchtime, have sandwiches or something, play some gin rummy. Okay, why am I not seeing my landing thingy? I think I broke the sim. The law finally caught up with me. Yeah. Oh, somebody. Oh. What situation is that there is a lot at the moment? Oh, a lot of noise. Is that what you're saying, Mick? Okay, where's my landing thingy? Okay. I'm getting. I feel like I'm getting robbed here. No pun intended. I don't see any kind of a. And it says we're flying right over it, but I don't see it. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that's where it is. All right, I'm gonna have to like. I wanted this to be a. Ah, okay. All right, let's do this then. We're gonna come up with a plan. Since I, yeah. Oh, they would be ecstatic to have host people from the UK. I think, to be honest. All right. Okay. I think I got an idea now. Man. Okie dokie. All right. See, I think this one's also one of those ones that's like open only during the day. They don't leave the lights on at night. They don't want to encourage the crazy Yanks who like to fly in the dark. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think you would love a visit up there. I mean, there's not a whole lot to do, but it's you could sleep in, sit outside, have your latte or coffee or whatever. Dang, I feel like I'm just circling, going around in a circle here. Okay. Hold on a second. I gotta put the autopilot on. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna have to cheat it a little bit. I can't. Oops, that's not what I wanted. All right. See, look at this. I can't even get this thing to go. Man. All right. We're gonna have to do it that way. I can't. I can't see the. Yeah, I think you would, Mick. Absolutely. Oh crap! How the? Whew. My goodness. See, I take my hands off the controls for just. I've been kind of through there, Amilla, when I went to Connecticut for the car show. But that's kind of like, well, no. No, I take that back. No, I haven't. I thought for some reason I had. No. Um, mm-mm. Oh, come on. This thing is just, now it feels like I'm fighting it. I may have to come around. Here we are, final destination, and the plane wants to fight me. I think I know why. There we go. All right, yeah, we're gonna come back around, kind of. We're gonna drop some altitude, but well, I could not get the pattern entry wouldn't come on. Like, it just would not. I kept looking for it, and I'm thinking, okay, any minute now. Nope. Dodgy 2020. That's okay. You get a big brother soon. You'll see. You won't like it. It's gonna be twice the sim that you are. Yeah. Big jerk. Okay. We're just gonna stick this in there. My God, it's like I got this thing. Phew. I got this thing all the way in, and it's like it just does not want to. Well, this is definitely giving me a workout. You know, why can't they just leave some lights on? I know. Because they just don't want anybody landing here late at night. There we go. We made it. How was it for our final landing for today? 93. I love it. That's the way to end. Perfect. I like it. Okay. We'll snooze the ads while we find a place to park here. Whew. Boy, that was tough. Could not see anything. No, we definitely can't see anything. That's okay. We'll look for the end of the runway here. I would have not been able to pick that out, to be honest. If I had to do that without being able to see the runway, like the frickin' landing pattern, frickin' jerks. Whew. Let's see if well, gave me credit for that one. But no, I I skirted around, like you kind of drop into the Hudson Valley area, I think, but you don't go like into New York, like city proper. When I would go to Greenwich for the car show. Oh, come on. Plane turn. Boy, this thing is being all sassy now. Oh, there's the... That's the grass landing strip. Yeah, it was nice. I wish I had been able to like stop off and visit there a little bit, but it was like, boy, I don't even know where I'm going here at the airport. There we go. Okay, now I can see. Heck with it. Yeah, it was really nice. I can imagine driving through there in the fall would be fantastic with all the colors of the trees and everything. Well, we made it to Duxford, much to the dismay of the flight sim not wanting to cooperate. The plane was just like, ugh. It got really difficult to deal with. Whew. All right, let me go park this thing, shut it down so I can go get some lunch. I'm starving. This is taking a lot longer than I expected. Almost 5 hours. Whew. Okay, I think we're just going to do it here. What a day. What a day. All right. Yeah, I'm going to try to get out of here before the ads start here in about 4.5 minutes. So we'll wrap it up before that. Thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I want to make sure I get all my switches off. Yeah, quite a lot of flying today. 10 legs, 11 airports. Couldn't find places. Bedford, I mean, what the heck, Bedford? Why didn't you have any runway lights? Come on, Duxford. Should have runway lights too. My goodness. Thank you. Appreciate that, Amela. Appreciate you, Mick. Thank you for the resub. 15 months. Nice to see you both. Everybody else missed out. Don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. But I'll come up with something for next Saturday. We'll do something like in a little bit faster plane. Maybe not nearly as many stops and starts. But thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Do enjoy the rest of your Saturday after. Well, morning. Yeah, still morning on the West Coast. Morning, afternoon, evening, early Sunday already for some folks. Well, it might be almost late Sunday, it seems like. Who knows? Around the world, I have been and always shall be your lead singer and driver of the airplane, Uncle B. Until next time, peace, live long and prosper.